Explain. I learned in school.
Saying that parents should be more involved with the kids' education, saying crime is too high. That doesn't sound like Juan Williams I know.
No. I answered you. I said I answered you. No, no. Asking me to repeat myself. You're just wrong. Sounds like a dream come true.
I want to talk to you about going from virgin to pregnant in a matter of weeks and the impact that that had on me in my life, especially being a student at a very popular conservative Christian college. So I grew
Doesn't sound like so bad. Oh, man, this is life. And 5, 6, 5. Let's see what it shows me.
in the midst of every single atom that you have that has a code. And what happens is every 10 there's a bridge, and then every 5 there's a bridge, and then every 6 there's a bridge, and then every 5 there's a bridge, and then it repeats over and over and over and over again. And that's a part of your DNA, that's a part of my DNA. This is something that we just recently discovered. This whole thing of 10, 5, 6, 5. Well, what is amazing is with the numbers actually correspond with Jewish letters. The number, if you notice that there's 2 number 5s, both of those are H's. And then if you'll notice that the number 10 is a Y and the number 6 is a W, it's how the Jews spell.
Né, viram que havia uma sequência que se repetia. Parece que é 10, 6, 5, 6. E eles pensaram como isso se repete em toda a vida, em todos os seres vivos, desde um vírus, desde uma bactéria, até um elefante, uma girafa, o ser humano. Como assim? Que é isso? O único código que eles teriam para estes números estaria no hebraico, porque no hebraico não tem números. Os números
I don't 100% see it. This guy.
The most complex molecule in the universe. To say that formed by chance is just plain stupid. But let's suppose it did. Chromosomes are the most complex molecule there is, and penicillin only have 2 of these chromosomes, these DNA strands. So they must have evolved first, and then slowly over millions of years they got some more chromosomes and turned into a fruit fly. They have 8. Very slowly over millions of years they developed more chromosomes and became a tomato, or possibly a housefly. They're twins. It's very tough to tell the difference between these two. And then slowly evolved into a pea, and then over millions of years it became a bee. Now there you can see the similarity. Pea, bee, very similar, okay? And slowly over millions of years we had triplets. Either the possum, the redwood tree, or the kidney bean came first, I'm not sure. Tough to tell them apart, folks. They all have 22 chromosomes, you know. There's, let's see, possum, tree, kidney bean. Let's see, possum, kidney bean, evolution. Oh. And then slowly, over millions of years, we evolved enough chromosomes to be a human. Here we are with 46. If we can just get 2 more, we're going to be a tobacco plant. I know some already smell like it. Sometimes I'll get on the elevator and I'll say, man, you're evolving, you're way ahead of me. And maybe someday we'll have enough to be a carp. And it probably won't happen in my lifetime, but maybe star date 349572, we'll have enough chromosomes to be a fern. Why don't they talk about the chromosome number as evidence for evolution? Talking about DNA.
This guy's smart as they get.
From molecular biology. Percentage of DNA sequences is talked about here. It says Darwin speculated all forms of life are related. This speculation has been verified. You think DNA has verified Darwin's theory? That's stupid. DNA is unbelievably complex. The DNA molecule in your body, the deoxyribonucleic acid, is the most complex molecule in the universe. If you took it and unwound 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 it, if you could ever get the thing untangled, it'd be about 7 feet long. And it'd be like a twisted ladder. Each half of the ladder is called the genes. That thing splits all the way down the middle, recombines when you make a new baby, and it gets all back together, and winds itself all back up. Unbelievably complex. The average person has 50 trillion cells in their body. The DNA from all, if your entire body's DNA would only fill 2 tablespoons, but if you tied them all together, it would reach from Earth to the moon and back. 5 million round trips out of 2 tablespoons. If you typed out the code found in your DNA, when you got done typing that incredibly complex code, you'd have enough books to fill Grand Canyon 40 times. You think that happened by chance? Well, the probability of just one DNA coming by chance is 10 to the 119,000th power, which is a big number, when you consider the entire visible universe is 10 to the 28 inches in diameter. DNA happened by chance? I'm sorry, that's stupid. Now, you might not like the idea of there being a creator because that means you might have to answer to that creator someday. Okay, well, I can't help you then. DNA proves evolution. Yes, boys and girls, we have
Oh, Lord. I'm convinced.
From a defensive stance to an offensive stance. This is no longer just poking holes in evolution and saying evolution can't happen. This is a prediction, the data supporting the prediction of a biblical account. You can read the account right there in Genesis chapter 10. These are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and it gives you the generations and how many people. And being able to trace back to that now genetically is really remarkable.
I mean, that's what atheists do.
Connections in 1 square inch. The eyeball is so complex, you can walk into a room and look around the room, and in 1 second, your eye picks up enough information to keep the Cray computer busy for 100 years analyzing everything you picked up. Fastest computer in the world. The average person has 50 trillion cells in their body. The DNA from all, if your entire body's DNA would only fill 2 tablespoons, but if you tied them all together, it would reach from Earth to the moon and back. 5 million round trips out of 2 tablespoons. If you typed out the code found in your DNA, when you got done typing that incredibly complex code, you'd have enough books to fill Grand Canyon 40 times. You think that happened by chance? Well, the probability of just one DNA coming by chance is 1 in 10 to the 119,000th power, which is a big number when you consider the entire visible universe is 10 to the 28th inches in diameter. And they look at the human body today and think we are poor design. I say, first of all, fellas, you need to stop and consider something. What you're looking at right here is a copy off of a copy, 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 off of a copy of Adam. This same gene code's been copied so many times, it's amazing we can stand here and talk about it, okay? You're not looking at the original by a long shot, okay? This one is a poor example of the original.
Well, kind of debunked it. I mean, it has some truth. There's no. The acids. Deoxy. Adenine, adenine, cysteine, guanine, thiamine. On the outside, you have phosphorus. On the inside, you have deoxyribose, ATCGGC. I'm much more convinced now. funny. Not entirely plausible with the DNA, to be honest. Not entirely plausible. Trying to make this work and figure it out, think about it, doesn't make sense. Thank you, Jesus. He sees the future. He sees my weakness. Maybe. If I tell her, she'll be like, "Oh, he's so confident." You know what I mean?
We didn't even know for sure what it looked like until about 60 years ago. And it's so multifariously awesome that if you took all of it from just one of our cells and untangled it, it would be taller than me. Now consider that there are probably 50 trillion cells in my body right now. Laid end to end, the DNA in those cells would stretch to the sun not once, but 600 times. Mind blown yet? Hey, you want to make one? Of course, you know, I'm talking about deoxyribonucleic acid, known to its friends as DNA. DNA is what stores our genetic instructions, the information that programs all of our cells' activities. It's a 6 billion letter code that provides the assembly instructions for everything that you are. And it does the same thing for pretty much every other living thing. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and assume that you are a human, in which case every body cell that you have, or somatic cell in you, has 40
So in the beginning,
and not pull away to get the closeness.
No.
6 chromosomes, each containing one big DNA molecule. These chromosomes are packed together tightly with proteins in the nucleus of the cell. DNA is nucleic acid, and so is its cousin, which we'll also be talking about.
It's okay.
Ribonucleic acid, or RNA. Now, if you can make your mind do this, remember all the way back to episode 3, where we talked about all of the important biological molecules, carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins. That ring a bell? Well, nucleic acids are the 4th major group of biological molecules, and for my money, they have the most complicated job of all. Structurally, they're polymers, which means that each one is made up of many small repeating molecular units. In DNA, these small units are called nucleotides. Link them together and you have yourself a polynucleotide. Now, before we actually put these tiny parts together to build a DNA molecule like some microscopic piece of IKEA furniture, let's first take a look at what makes up each nucleotide. We're gonna need 3 things. 1, a 5-carbon sugar molecule, 2, a phosphate group, and 3, one of 4 nitrogen bases. DNA gets the first part of its name from our first ingredient, the sugar molecule, which is called deoxyribose. But all the really significant stuff, the genetic coding that makes you, is found among the 4 nitrogenous bases: adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. It's important to note that in living organisms, DNA doesn't exist as a single polynucleotide molecule, but rather a pair of molecules that are held tightly together. They're like an intertwined microscopic double spiral staircase, basically just a ladder, but twisted, the famous double helix. And like any thankfully, when it comes to figuring out what part goes tightly packed into its nucleus, that's 1 for each of your chromosomes. Put all 46 molecules together and we're talking about roughly 6 billion base pairs in every cell. This is the longest book that I've ever read. It's about 1,000 pages long. If we were to fill it with our DNA sequence, we'd need about 10,000 of them to fit our entire genome. Pop quiz. Let's AGGC 5'. See how major differences. 1, RNA is a single-stranded molecule, no double helix here. 2, the sugar in RNA is ribose, which has 1 more oxygen atom than deoxyribose, hence the whole starting with an R instead of a D thing. And finally, RNA does not contain thymine. Its 4th nucleotide is the base uracil, so it bonds with adenine instead. RNA is super important to the production of our proteins, and you'll see later to 5' direction. Now it is time to make ourselves carbon from 3 backbones. These sugar phosphate bonds run down each side of the helix, but chemically in opposite directions. In other words, if you look at each of the sugar phosphate backbones, you'll see that one appears to be upside down in relation to the other. One strand begins at the top with the first phosphate connected to the sugar molecule's 5th carbon, and then ending where the next phosphate would go with a free end at the sugar's 3rd carbon. This creates a pattern called 5' and 3'. I've always thought that the deoxyribose with an arrow with the oxygen as a point. It always points from 3' to 5'. Now on the other strand, it's exactly the opposite. It begins up top with a free end at the sugar's 3rd carbon, and then the phosphates connect to the sugar's 5th carbons all the way down. And it ends at the bottom with the phosphate, and you've probably figured this out already, but this is called the 3' to 5' direction. Now it is time to make ourselves one of these famous double helices. These 2 long chains are linked together by the nitrogen can only bond with cytosine. These bonded nitrogenous bases are called base pairs. The GC pairing has 3 hydrogen bonds, making it slightly stronger than the AT base pair, which only has 2. It's the order of these 4 nucleobases, or the base sequence, that allows your DNA to create you. So AGGTCCATG means something completely different as a base sequence than, say, TTCAGTCG. Human chromosome 1, the largest of all of our chromosomes, contains a single molecule of DNA with 247 million base pairs. If you printed all of the letters, a single molecule of DNA with 200 CAGTCG. Human chromosome 1, the largest of all of our chromosomes, contains a single molecule of DNA with 247 million base pairs. If you printed all of the letters of chromosome 1 into a book, it would be about 200,000 pages long. And each of your somatic cells has 46 DNA molecules tightly packed into its nucleus. That's 1 for each of your chromosomes. Put all 46 molecules together and we're talking about roughly 6 billion base pairs in every cell. This is the longest book that I've ever read. It's about 1,000 pages long. If we were to fill Watson and Crick had already appeared in which cells, it started from an original guy strand, as I call it, another bottom strand called the lagging strand. These unwound sections can now be used as templates to create 2 complementary DNA strands, but remember, the 2 strands go in opposite directions in terms of their chemical structure, which means that making a new DNA strand for the leading strand is going to be much, much easier than for the lagging strand. For the leading, good guy strand, an enzyme called DNA polymerase just adds matching nucleotides onto the main stem all the way down the molecule. But before it could do that, it needs a selection of nucleotides that fill in the section that's just been unzipped. To get started at the very beginning of the DNA molecule, DNA polymerase needs a bit of a primer, just a little thing for it to hook onto so that it can start building the new DNA chain. And for that little primer, we can thank the enzyme RNA primase. The leading strand only needs this RNA primer once at the very beginning, then DNA polymerase is all, I got this, and it just follows the unzipping, adding new nucleotides to the chain continuously all the way down the molecule. DNA polymerase can only copy strands in the 5', 3' direction, and the primase does its thing, 1,000 to 2,000 fragments instead of other kind of DNA polymerase has to go back over and replace all of those RNA primers, and then the little fragments gets joined up by a final enzyme called DNA ligase. DNA replication gets it wrong about 1 in every 10 billion nucleotides, but don't think your body doesn't have an app for that. It turns out that DNA polymerases can also proofread, in a sense removing nucleotides from the end of a strand whenever they discover a mismatched base, because the last thing we want is an A when it would have been a G. Considering how tightly packed DNA is into each one of our cells, it's honestly amazing that more mistakes don't happen. Remember, we're talking about millions of miles worth of this stuff inside us, and this, my friends, is why scientists are not exaggerating when they call DNA the most celebrated molecule of all time. So you might as well.
There's no way that was a random occurrence. he went to the store, maybe? He said he was going to go to the store. Making like no progress on this book right now. Get a job. Like, come on. Listen, I know don't pay, but just come on. Turns out I was wrong about that DNA. I can't lie. I just right in front of me. be something kind of serious questions. Just get your just bounce some off you. Oh, well, okay. I'm gonna come to it. Read your text messages. Okay.
Well, look this episode over a
Joy.
couple of times and
I'm
appreciate
an
it for
anointing of
yourself. In the
joy.
meantime, gear up for next week when we're going to talk about how those 6 feet of kick-ass actually make you you. Thank you to all the people here at Crash Course who helped make backbones. These sugar phosphate bonds run down each side of the which means that each one is made up of many small small repeating molecular units. In DNA, these small units are called nucleotides. Link them together and you have yourself a polynucleotide. Now, before we actually put these tiny parts together to build a DNA molecule like some microscopic piece of IKEA furniture, let's first take a look at what makes up each nucleotide. We're going to need three things. 1, a 5-carbon sugar molecule, 2, a phosphate group, and 3, one of 4 nitrogen bases. DNA gets the first part of its name from
I thought it might be not God. No, sorry.
our first ingredient, the sugar molecule, which is called deoxyribose. But all the really significant stuff, the genetic coding that makes you, is found among the 4 nitrogenous bases: adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. It's important to note that in living organisms, DNA doesn't exist as a single polynucleotide molecule, but rather a pair of molecules that are held tightly together. They're like an intertwined microscopic double spiral staircase. Basically, just in other words, if you look at down each side of the helix, but down and where the next phosphate would go with a free end at the sugar's 3rd carbon. This creates a pattern called 5', the sugar's 5th carbon's all the way down. And it ends at the bottom with a phosphate, and you've probably figured this out, are called base pairs. The GC pairing has 3 hydrogens, and times up, the answer is 3' TCC AGGC 5'. See how that works? It's not super complicated. Since each nitrogenous base only has one counterpart, you can use one base sequence to predict what its matching sequence is going to look like. So, could I make the same base sequence with a strand of that other nucleic acid, RNA? No, you could not. RNA is certainly similar to its cousin DNA. It has a sugar phosphate backbone with nucleotide bases attached to it, but there are 3 major differences. 1, RNA is a single-stranded molecule, no double helix here. 2, the sugar in RNA is ribose, which has 1 more oxygen atom than deoxyribose, hence the whole starting with an R instead of a D thing. And finally, RNA does not contain thymine. Its 4th nucleotide is the base uracil, so it bonds with adenine instead. RNA is super important to the production of our proteins, and you'll see later that it has a crucial role in the replication of DNA.
I don't really see the pattern. You know what I mean? It's not really good.
The back of your eyeball is 1 square inch, called the retina. It contains 137 million light-sensitive
He's a great guy. No, not,
You've learned that the only stupid question is the one you didn't ask. They noticed that his time, but he didn't attempt to solve it. He was more focused on biological evolution. After Darwin, there was another theory that came along called chemical evolution that attempted to explain how you got that years now. So on the box it said ages 2 to 4, so I don't think they're missing them too much. But in any case, I'm using these to illustrate the relationship between amino acids, which are the building blocks of proteins, and proteins, which are long chains of amino acids, which fold into intricate three-dimensional structures. And the idea here is that if we go, let's go past that slide showing the amino acids and their chemical formulae. There'll be a test on that afterwards. These are some pictures of different proteins that you can find on the internet. And the proteins have these beautiful three-dimensional structures. It turns out that these three-dimensional structures are critical to the jobs that proteins perform. Next slide. The proteins, it turns out, have an intricate hand-in-glove fit with other molecules in the cell, either the molecules that they are binding with to form structural parts or the molecules that they that mystery is intimately connected with the problem of the origin of life. Now, why is that? Next slide. Certainty. And 2 chance of getting any particular side on the coin. The more uncertainty that's reduced, the more improbable the event, and the more information conveyed. So in Shannon's idea of information, information is inversely related to probability. The more improbable an event is when it occurs, the more information is being conveyed because the more uncertainty that's being reduced. In any case, that's his mathematical concept. And if we can get that equation back up there, I'm sure there's people that want to take notes for the test afterwards. Okay, now there's another concept of information, though, as well, and I want to go, is very improbable. So by Shannon's measure of information, it has a high information carrying capacity. An improbable string that was also specified to perform a function. Here he says, by information, I mean the specified. According to my bosses, who are all Texans, was to look where I wanted to study more about this problem. And I did so in a program in the history and philosophy of science. I eventually did a doctoral dissertation on the question of origin of life biology. And during the computer engineering journal, and the idea was if you shake, rattle, and roll long enough, I think it's important to understand that. It's not a long protein, it's a very modest length, but with 20 possibilities at each site, there's 100. It's not a long protein, it's a very modest length, but with 20 possibilities at each site, there's 150, 20 to the 150 possibilities, or 1 in 10 to the 195th power. Now, there's only 10 to the 80th elementary particles in the whole universe. There's only been 10 to the 17th seconds since the Big Bang. In my book, I go through the math, and I take into account all the relevant factors, and I show that, in essence, searching for even a single gene or protein product of that gene by chance alone is not plausible. It's like the bike lock thief in the back there. who's now on his 42nd guess out of 10 trillion combinations. He's not going to get it done before the lecture's over. It's always going to be more likely than not that he will not find that combination. Production, his survival of the fittest, a little like this. There once upon a time that constitutes the information in the DNA molecule. Chalkboard. This is a little metallic chalkboard, and there are magnets in the back of these letters. So there are forces of attraction, forces of necessity, if you will, that explain why the message sticks to the medium. Now that's exactly the same, that's exactly what's going on in DNA. There are forces of attraction that explain why the message sticks to the medium, but those forces of attraction don't discriminate. I can put the L here, here, or here, anywhere I like, okay? And notice that those forces of attraction do not determine the arrangement. I can destroy this arrangement and make another one very easily, okay? So let me put it to you now, maybe as a rhetorical question. Oops, but I destroyed the message. Let's go back to the message, rocks. Oh, I dropped it. Let's talk about the message I had at the beginning. Was that the result? Sometimes these visual aids are more trouble than they're worth. What have I got now? Lada Riminara. No, that's not good. It's sick. That doesn't good. Was the message I had at the beginning the result of the magnetism? Okay, that's the key point. Back to the DNA thing. I'll get myself out of trouble. Okay, let's go back to that DNA picture. I'm interested in the question of design or apparent design, but also because he had pioneered a rigorous method of investigation. You didn't have the opportunity to view it happening, and you want to explain the origin of that act, producing I think it's important to point out information way of solving a functional problem, especially in information processing. And my colleague said to me, he said, when I say I get an eerie feeling that someone figured this out before us, what I mean is the same kind of design patterns that we use in modern high-tech digital computers are being used in the processing of information inside living organisms. He says, I'm just learning about this so I can write the code. I'm learning from your molecular guys what's going on. But it stuns me. It fascinates me. Inside the cell, like inside a computer, there's a hierarchical filing system, a system of files within folders, folders within superfolders, superfolders within super-duper folders.
Some kind of monster. Well, we don't need love. It was just some kind of chemical bashing. Some stuff there, but it's nothing crazy. This, whatever this is, I don't really see it. Mm, not there. Not standard. I thought I heard that somewhere. I just heard it so many times I thought it was true.
Version, and in because our sanctification gene chains, which are part of the chromosomes, which are themselves every five. This connection process every 5 acid, then every 6, guamine, cytosine, thymine. A bridge is formed after every 10 acid, then every 5 acid, then every 6 acid, and then every 5 acid again. This connection process takes place constantly in each of our cells and in all living creatures. Numerical value of Hebrew letters. As many of you already know, the Hebrew language does not use special signs to represent numbers. So you use the letters and their combinations.
I've determined that's pseudoscience. Really, I made a huge error. Throwing oil. Here's all the oil. I don't have a covenant. I'm anointed for covenant marriage. I don't ever have to realize. I'm happy with getting money from the book and just saying, "Ooh, find some minutes." This is too stressful now. Because everybody tells you what to do. They think, I don't care about reproducing. I really don't. I want more kids so that I can just have them grow up on the same horrible planet. I don't have to spend time around my parents, who I currently am upset with. Yeah, I forgive them, but I'm not like enjoying my time with them. Really interested. I'm running out of years. Got anything? This world's like bacteria. My life force. I was just speaking with him, and I imagine he's almost home if he's on his way. I really want everything worse than it's ever been. Like the best of everything. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm just like crazed right now. Yeah. Why would I doubt God? You know, it's been tough, but this. The Bible. Jesus is Lord. I hope it's behind John. It was Jesus inspiring his words. Oh, yes. It's actually the most epic song. I didn't even. I usually just like Rebel later, but I didn't hear that part about Jesus like consciously for some reason. I listen to songs that I really like very loosely. I don't like unless I really study them. I could listen to a song 1,000 times and not know the lyrics. I have a really good memory. I have a really good memory, but for some reason, if I don't try to learn a song, I never know the lyrics. could listen to a song 1,000 times and not know the lyrics. But if I listen to a song one time and I try to memorize the lyrics, it's easy. Oh, it's fine. No, it's not fine. Let the woman rest. These people really. It's no hair though. Is this a joke? He's got dreadlocks in this photo. Oh, I got nothing against that. I'm just surprised. He usually got his hair so short. I didn't know he could get. You know why he doesn't say more? Because first of all, I didn't do the first things. But second of all, if he says something, he knows I'm never going to forget it. As soon as he says something, like I don't forget it. I love Jesus. I also love food a lot. never forget the lyrics. I love eating. Honestly, I love food. It's just food. Thank you, Jesus. The devil is very powerful, and he's very seductive. You know, what's so bad about getting married? Waiting for marriage. What's so bad about breathing fresh air? You can't do that. What's so bad about helping your neighbor instead of trying to tear this out? You know what I mean? Like some people, they like living wild, but at the end of the day, they feel empty. The only way for somebody living a lifestyle without Jesus to be happy is to continue to chase the pleasures. Those destructors. The water? Somewhere. Missing. Oh, I got it. You want ice? You want ice? You do not. Do you want ice?
No, I like. big effect, yeah. Well, yeah, right? They, oh, no, no, wait. I looked at that too.
You know, the infamous Nimrod in the Bible was a hunter. But
Right.
maybe that's in there.
Look at you against some of these spots. Never brought you in down Himalayas. Unless you figure you got them out with. You know better than that. How many buys good horses wherever you can find them? I've got some good ones. Why, I hear the brass is coming in on the little stage, is that right? You sure hear correctly. Yes, leave your horses coming in on the stage. You'll be staying with me, you want to see? Oh, well, you don't miss a trick, do you? Oh, if you come now, right on time.
That's very pro-European.
You see, I hope you're safe with us, Nicholas. I'm pretty cold, right here. Understand it's your here flies margin. I got something to say. Well, this is all I'm running around the same schedule line. I didn't plan on making some stops. I have next trip. Now, if Ben wants to hog all this business, I don't reckon he'd mind if I brought them straight out to his place to show you. I don't mind, Major. Of course not. Fine, I'll be on the other side and walk. I'll be there. Well, come on, upstairs order lunch.
That was my forces. They've got shiny all the time.
I gave you orders to help buildings and everything with the Luna. Hotel's quick. Okay, that's not to get this. That's pretty big. You're gonna find out like those feet.
They're not married.
Slow down rather than like action series. So Blackberry was in June, which was when the decision had been made that me and Liam's commitment to being married just really came from, of course, a place of love first, because we've been together for 10 years, but also from a place of just trying to rebuild as the new that I decided that
Stand up,
work
fight
with
your
my
voice.
team in that relationship. So that was another moment where the work, the performance, the character came first. And I guess that's why it's now so important to me for that to happen in the case that the human comes first. So
What?
Isn't what you a man, is it?
This is low pressure, actually.
You like breakfast? Here, so I've seen since then, so yes, to make a big mistake. Sorry about it. You know, you want it. So many times.
Oh, she was born on November 23rd. That's kind of cool.
Sound like it was. But you was from the Robert Canada. So, I could give you a crowd. It's the company. I guess you. And crowd and just papers sit the way you want to try to get down to something. I guess it.
She's like,
You know what you want. See, I hate to see it. Censor books like this all over. See what he's putting on. I'll take it. If I just like so give the prices right. Well, you have your big ear one for them. Yeah, it's Mark. On. Yes, sir. That's all is give the saddle. Come on of his own, watch it. I can handle him, sir.
Lightly. Wow, everyone's like some.
Take it. And I said, I'll give my money to you. Keep driving the same bar, you know, back up the arm. Oh, take care of you, normal, right, till we get back seven, this way, you might get some brass buttons, so.
Brad Thornton. Looks like you can go to the bottom.
That's very cool, anything else? imitate you to fine ranch like friends, but stock's just as good.
Who knows? Very strange.
My sadness. I kind of thought that's the way things might be. Nobody gets any business with you. That right, Ben? Right. I know you've had a rough time. I mean, these horses down to the main soon. I looked at her much. I did. But that black horse, pretty good. Ben's right. I'm seeing work. We caught him a little while ago. Not exactly full broke yet. Right? Consider that when I want you to work. I tried to do it, man. Oh, I know if you don't work for me anymore. Seat. Don't feel as if they have a lot of information. You still just not starting United? Yes, sir. Well, supposedly what's Cheryl doing? The Army takes $1 for it. You want something you don't have time for on the here's what we worried about. Let's go. Another day. Sorry, I should be doing the same.
Matter of fact, Cartwright, I was thinking about you. And the young man you hired today. I was wondering why you hired him, knowing he was a coward.
It's not funny. You don't mind if I ask me this one. Why does it trouble you so much that I had this in God?
Because I know him.
We know him.
Well, someone like him.
Ding, 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 you win a prize. That is the correct answer.
Thank you. There's a every man. There's a goddess. And every man's every
I wouldn't even bother coming back. I wouldn't. But the Holy Spirit, He told me to come back. The Holy Spirit said, return back.
Inside is just plain dog.
I don't believe we're really hands on like that. But that's the job. Maybe that maybe change my mind.
Dad's got milk?
Yeah.
You want to give that a call?
Oh, no. Just come and check. So why do you not help that? Well, you can turn it on. I mean, how the crews are so weird. There's not much left that you can have the end of it. I gotta buy it. Because it has sweetness to it, so you don't have to add as much sugar. Because it has sweetness to it. And add a little sugar, don't add as much as sugar. You understand what I'm saying? It has a sugar. The creamer is sugar. The creamer has a sugar.
Should be good. Look at his food.
Let's start with the traditions.
You understand? So creamer has sugar.
Yeah. I hear you. I love this Keurig. It works so well.
Yeah, I had it in the garage.
Can I say something? I'm a bit of a coward.
And what did Ben say? We're all happy in color.
I'm a bit of a coward though.
We all have great suits.
I couldn't even find Face and rack was like trying my face on, but that's like
concerned about spitting on the ground.
Eris.
And I'm doing a deep dive into why Jesus spit into the mud and then took the spit and mud and put it on that man's eyes and healed his eyes.
Oh, you're looking into that today?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking into?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I've found that, first of all, a lot of people probably, this blind beggar, give me money, give me money. People probably spit at him on the ground, spit on him, to be aggressive to him. And what Jesus was doing was he was bringing him to the point of his trauma. To the
Could
point
you
of
say
his,
that again? I wasn't really. I'm having a hard time using my brain today.
Yeah. So the parable or the account. He wasn't telling a story.
Oh, parable. Yeah.
No, it wasn't a parable. Was not. Not a parable. This was just an account. This is something that really happened.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Parables make
okay. Parable, for example.
Right, and this is really something that happened. So this guy was a blind beggar, and Jesus spit in the mud and put the spit in the mud in his eyes and healed and restored his sight from blindness to sight. It's cool. That is cool, right? Yeah. But why did he do that? Why did he think he did that?
I mean, he caught the blind beggar. Wait, why Jesus did it?
Yeah, why didn't he just say be healed? Oh, because the mud makes them believe, like a mustard seed of faith. This is new faith. That's a great reason. But there's other reasons that you can see and believe. That's. What do you think? Well, there's a lot of reasons that the reason you gave is true. That's the one that I first think of when I think of that. It's not false. What you said is true. There's many reasons. It's just interesting to see all the reasons that there would be. Another reason is because, like I was saying, people would see this blind beggar asking for money. Give me $1, give me $1, give me $1, you know. And people would be like, no, do it. Oh yeah. So it's getting brilliant from their point of problem. The point of pain is like they feel it is trauma.
That is amazing. That's what you said. Your expression was that. That's what you.
Glory to Jesus.
That's amazing, though. I can't believe you thought of that.
People are smart, dude. And that's just one reason. There's a lot of reasons. So another reason is because it was done on the Sabbath, and on the Sabbath you are not to spit on the ground because your spit could mix with the dirt and make clay. It's forbidden to do work on the Sabbath. Yeah. So he was spitting to offend the Pharisees who didn't allow spitting in dirt on the Sabbath. Also, there's a lot of reasons. It's like you said, so that he would have faith, you know. So it would
see
be
and
like
believe.
Yeah, it would see and believe. Sure.
It's an application.
It's an application.
It's an example of application.
It was something. It was a physical sign of an invisible faith.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there's also, but that's.
Can I just talk to Mom for a minute? Talk to Mom. Hey, can I ask you a question?
What?
I went into the back room that black day. And the one I told you that right next to my room, between my room and the Christine old room. That closet. Yeah, I couldn't find it. I went. That's why Dad was. He didn't even notice it. Yeah. It's not too much in there, but you can find that. It'd be nice.
I've been moving a lot of stuff around, but
Okay.
not bad. Hey.
Yeah.
Jesus is God. I'm telling you, He is the Lord. Jesus is smart. The Holy Bible contains everything you need to know about healing, trauma, liver, where?
Oh yeah.
I mean, we go to the house.
I suppose raccoons, they would make, if you could get a baby one and raise it, a good person. Like, it looks like Peter's fancy with a cat.
Good about you. Well, same sort of way now. Yeah. No such thing when you spread that big song. You gonna be alright? Yeah. There's a living week.
I thought Dad would be back by now.
Seriously, that's what I'm testing. Yeah, I'm testing that. I was like, yeah. So there's my great possible. You've been married. School takes a powerful lot of money. You can't save much than what you make chasing wild horses and human. So, we have some rough. Look, young fellow like you, much compassion and love for the animals you've got. How come you get through it with a pretty cool weekend?
What?
Not you do.
That's one of them.
I think you're on. There's no reason why you shouldn't have. Frankly, the project. We have shame for 90 years. Ashamed of it. For what? For being a scared horse. A lot more than that. For not living up to what he thinks ought to be. Hard.
It can be unpredictable, and that's not the difference. Irreversible vision loss. That's observation possible. Ask your doctor about observation. For your gene maintenance, observation is an eye injection. If you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye, observation plus eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Observation temporarily increase eye pressure. Do not trigger use of shade until vision is recovered after an eye infection or exam. Observation is proven to slow gene progression, which may help preserve your vision longer. Unfortunately, don't delay. Ask your doctor about observation today.
I had tens of thousands of dollars hanging over my head. If I was only making minimum payments, it would have taken me 54 years to pay this off. At National Debt Relief, you have someone in your corner that's fighting for you. Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help you to become debt-free. National Debt Relief was able to reduce my debt by over $21,000. And National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how you can become debt-free.
Hi, Mom. I can't wait for you to hear well again. Singing and fun. Hang out with the friends and restaurants again. I can't wait for you to hear well again. That will to Spain to tell you that. I love you. Now tell me if you can hear this.
Pays for covered repairs. For home fair, the American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a night. Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month. Call 1-833-896-7530 or visit HomeServe.com.
Kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. Just take a date with your cleaner and enjoy a spotless house for $19. Tour English.
Classic example of his big business taking over. I said a classic example of big business taking over. He said, with Homoglow, they're going to clean my whole house. I fired my housekeeper.
Yeah, no.
She's really in it. Yeah, she is.
Homoglow.
Big companies no good.
Your phone rate okay for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's the $50 a month. Plus fits to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction. And get two unlimited lines for just $30 each. With easy monthly billing. For a limited time, customers get your second month free when you switch to consumer cellular.
finish the mayor.
Clothes in your room, the clothes and the basket, it's yours, for example. I'm just gonna.
One black bag. Gotcha. I gotta sit down for a second. Hold on. I gotta sit. I gotta sit. Box. Whoa, excuse yourself. We're eating there. I got more burgers, fries with cheddar cheese, olive oil, chicken, fried chicken. I got corn and beans, fried baked beans on a stove. I don't know how you eat that. You know, I work out a lot. I'm going to the gym again. I went at 7 a.m. and I'm going to be there at 7 p.m. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. There's a blue bin lid in the garbage. Throw it out. Come here. There's a blue bin lid in the garbage. Throw it out. Okay. Like really did though. Bunny on the lawn. Bunny, little bunny. It's so cute. I went from my baby yet she wrote me a letter to my bunny yet she wrote me a letter. Bunny lies over you. Party is okay. And join the team. King for Jesus. King Jesus. King Satan, boo. Darkness. Can't even see where they're going. That's why they call it the gates of hell, because all you can do is sit there. And no movement. I don't want to freak you out, but I read something yesterday that I thought I could mention to you. Alright, I was on Facebook and I read this post and it was a quick sentence that said, quantum theory proves that consciousness transfers to another universe after death. Well, what's the evidence? I don't know. I didn't even really look into it. I saw that. They call it quantum theory. And so what's the theory, right? So originally, atheists believed there was a Big Bang. And for there to have been a Big Bang, there had to have been a Big Bang to cause that Big Bang. Atheists think that? Is that atheists. Atheists don't believe in God, so they have to have a reason why everything's here. So they say it's the Big Bang, the Big Bang theory. So there's also quantum theory. And these are theories, these aren't laws. These are just like something. So they don't have any proof of these things. There's the law of thermodynamics, something that law of gravity, we can observe it. These are theories. So scientists have a theory of the Big Bang. So why does quantum mechanics play a part of the Big Bang? Because if the world was created by a Big Bang, what caused that Big Bang? Well, obviously God. But atheists think it was another Big Bang. So they think it's just this infinite line of explosions, and there's no end. There's no start or end to it. So they're describing God, but anyway, it's like, so the thing is, the quantum mechanics says that there's all these other parallel universes, like other Big Bangs, and all this stuff. It's all nonsense. Even God, right? Can I show you something? Yeah. This is all important. When I was like 10 years ago, I used to find Facebook posts about how to cure cancer. Like I found like 5 new answers, you know. There's a lot. Like I think they have to share. I feel bad that I don't have my Facebook account anymore because things that are older sometimes the older information, like undiscovered, untampered with, unrejected, basically ideals. So I closed my Facebook account down. I don't have any of those posts anymore. Plus, they started removing them slowly over time. Like this, and this content is not suitable right now. It's from and sometimes people delete their content too.
authority and authority. That's why he left us to be. The demons, that's why he didn't interfere. The demons, they knew that. They knew that he would not interfere, even if my very soul was danger, because that is authority, that is power he's given to us to exercise. He fully expects us to know who he is, who we are, and who our enemy is. And we need to know that we need to engage. That is one of the most important. We need to engage him. God will not. I figured it out with the help with the Jesus people who told me the truth and prepared me for that one. Because I would be here. I would better. So the demons are gone. And as soon as they were gone, the vision resumed itself. I found myself back in the Irish foot of the island with my body. I pulled the boat back up to the head. I reached out, touched the eyes, it became clear. And as soon as that happened, the vision stopped. I found myself back into the field. And
On the ice machine fixed.
it's infinite number of different possibilities, but it's all about if you're right, you're right, you're left, you go left. So we look at, where did we figure out when the person started, we looked at each position they made.
Brent, is there any room in the garbage can?
Yes.
Okay.
Comfort. Why, you want me to do it?
There's 2 bags here.
Chris is kind of showing me something.
Okay, well, I guess I'm doing it.
You want to do it? Yeah, I would really appreciate it.
Well, I guess I have no choice. It's gotta be done now.
At least I'd want to check at least the blue can, not the black. Put the space in it.
Here is probably the most important thing. I understood that because after that list of also scope of things, this like wall came down around what we were doing, and it showed everything but one subject, and that was the history of mankind. So I got to see the history of mankind from the foundry, the creation of the world, and creation of that kingdom, all the way to the very end, when the earth and the universe, was destroyed by fire, and everything in between. And Christ said to me, so we're going to look at the question this way. We're going to look at the life of the individual, and each time they make a decision, what is going to be the consequences of that decision. And of course, a person can make multiple decisions at any given point. So we're going to look at each possible permutation of a decision. So if we turn right, we have to go right. If we go left, we have to go left. So we looked at, we just randomly picked out one person's life, and we looked at each decision they made and the possible outcomes of it. And I quickly realized something, that when God creates a person, he also creates their positive history. And it's a number of different possibilities, but it's all bound. They can only go so far this way, and so far good, so far evil. They can only live so long, they can only have so many spouses and children, they can only create so many inventions, so forth. So it's carefully bound. No person's life is ever going to get to a point where it's out of God's control. So everything is very carefully designed so that there is a purpose to this person's life. They have free will, they can make choices, but they can only make choices within boundaries that God sets for them. And then we look at the person's life, we look at the whole course of his law, so that he took 2 people's lives, saw how they interact, how they decisions to affect each other. So the first case was an infinite number of permutations, and that was just, it was like, set, what does that mean? And so when we take infinite number of permutations, and we interacted with another set number of permutations, like infinity times infinity, and for God it was like multiplying times two. And we saw how all their interactions could affect each other. And then we looked at how we looked at how a small community would interact. Municipality, then another government would give it like a nation, and then the largest unit looked at was how an empire would interact with the rest of the world. And the whole exercise, subjectively, it was many lifetimes worth of information, but it was subjectively about 5 minutes. And that was amazing. I was just astonished. And some of the takeaways for me from that was that from God's perspective, everything down here is very well ordered. It has a purpose of it to me. Things that don't happen randomly all happen according to a preordained pattern. And what I realized was that God, when he basically invented history, he created rules. Okay, history can go in many different ways, but it's all guided by the rules of the fulfilled. And these rules are already created beforehand. And these are what God refers to as like vessels of wrath. Okay, he doesn't create a person to destroy them. But what really it means is that God has created a role for a vessel of wrath. Basically, a person who does a role of a villain. It's not necessary. You don't have to be villain. But when evil does get involved, God has to show us how evil people really is. So how sinful it is. And so people do a role and they show how bad evil is. And they choose to pass the role. Okay, so their decisions are actions basically define what role they fall into. And they're also good roles. We have very good.
We can pause this. Okay, right? Yeah. We can watch it with the data things later.
Why were you gone so long? It's too cold and I didn't pick up.
Two stores pick up.
No, I'm talking to Dad.
I've spoken to him before.
Yeah, he called me and I'm not picking up the, I don't know what's going on. I don't want to say anything. What's this on the floor for? I didn't know what to say. And I said, why would he be calling me? So I just said, you know what, I'm busy. I wasn't. Actually, I was sitting on the couch at that one time.
It's 3514. It's delicious. No. Yeah.
Oh, why you dropped it? Does anybody see it? Does anybody, do you usually, do you use it? Do you drop them?
The bread?
Well, yeah.
Oh, my fault. No, it was my fault.
They break off, they're out. What?
You want to finish watching this? I couldn't find any boxes. I don't know if you needed to. I make it my own. I just pointed something and call it monster. So, because I got a lot of that, I did the work too. Yeah, get that. What's this? What you like? Nice. You got enough pizza here now? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And you know I got pepperoni, so put more pepperoni on it. Go. Oh, barbecue sauce. That? Did you make a bunch of things? I'm gonna make this nice steak. It's already out of the way. Yay. Do you have more salad? Yeah, this is. Oh, where's food? Nice.
Thank you, Dad.
Get sushi?
Now the ice is full. Brett, empty the ice.
You didn't get sushi? No.
Brett, empty the ice. The ice. Somebody empty the ice, Brett. Brett.
Oops, it's supposed to be a little bit.
Chicken.
Yeah, it's full.
How's the, what's it taking so long, Steve?
Just
I didn't know.
I was talking to Jim in the parking lot for a while. A large one. A lot of protesters in Chicago are out there. They didn't have that works. I love that, Steve. Oh! You didn't put it on your list. We needed it.
Steve, where are these people come from? Abolish ice? I'll tell you what, really hate.
What's that?
People that are calling for abolishing ice. Well, who are these people? Are they real ones? It's like they're arresting danger. They're arresting terrorists.
something out. Like these French fries, we're literally getting thrown out. I rescued them. Because the bag had like a little hole. They're really good too. It tasted fine to me. Yeah. Potatoes, you know. Yeah. I was like, Dad would have appreciated it. Dad approved. Mm-hmm. And that's happened so many times. I get a lot of food like at the end, after I got all my food, they'll finish with the food, and whatever's left, they throw out. So then I tell them I'll throw it out, and I look through it. And a lot of times it's perfectly good. I mean, if they wouldn't even serve it to the people. I looked through it, and I said they won't even serve it. Let's say I get all that food, I try to distribute it, they won't even let me sometimes, because it was meant for the garbage. So if I try to sneak it, we're not really supposed to take garbage food, but it's not. It's perfectly good. Shut this French fries, make sure it's just shut. So I rescued it. All that tonight.
Most of those immigrants from the Hyundai plant were South Korean. Yep. Did you know that?
Yep. Did you make pizza tonight? The New York pizza? Could you? Could I? Is that what you're asking me? Yes. Would you make pizza tonight? Make this one. Okay. What is that, meatball? Yeah. Unlimited meat. Unlimited or limited? Unlimited. Wait a minute. Ultimate meal. And we got pepperoni, 2 pepperoni. Yeah, I ate some pepperoni.
Started in their own plane to pick up their guy.
Hold on a second, Harry. Hang on a second, Harry. Yeah, no, I did actually. Well, no, it's cool. I don't know where to start, but honestly, it's not a very long story. Well, so the bottom line is, you just gotta know everything is. Can't explain things in detail because I don't really know too much. But I did wind up going to New Jersey to pick up Albert and spent the day, a couple days with him. Then I go to a couple of meetings, and it went very well. And so now he's off to go on Texas. But he's got a number of people that are old, in place and do certain things. And when you come to the job,
This guy pours his heart out to the country. It's like you pour your heart out to Jesus.
you know, he cares about America, but you know, he's not Jesus Christ. Okay. He's done bad stuff.
Who, Trump?
It's excusable. He's made it right so wrong. I don't have the energy to debate right now.
Yeah.
I'm so happy. I mean, I hope I didn't help you with it, but it got through a lot of stuff. That's all I can say. It's more than I expected. So, woohoo!
You turned off my program, but now you're not even watching TV.
What did Trump do that was so bad that you won't even acknowledge it? You don't have to debate me, just tell me. What, real estate flood or something?
Okay, Brent, you want to play a little golf? 9 holes. That's it. Because you know, what we got? Dad did this.
If you move that stuff on the table.
We were slowly, by Tom, Lincoln, and I, that right now, we
lovely, and it was creative.
In the first verse of the book of Genesis,